hurt you. All red lamb just to tease you. None of these toys on lease to. Made your whole year in a week too. Yeah, main bitch out of your league too. Side bitch out of your league too. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks a table come from ebony. Cut that ever into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, but I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see a shade. Switch on my side, like taking your lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Every day a nigga try to test me, yeah. Every day a nigga try to end me, yeah. Pull off in the roadster SV, yeah. Pockets overweight and hefty, yeah. Coming for the king, that's a far cry. I come alive in the fall time, The competition, I don't really listen. I'm in the blue moon, song, bumping new edition. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks a table come from ebony. Cut that ever into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, but I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see a shade. Switch on my side, I take any lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Let a nigga Brad Pitt, legend of the fall, took the year like a bandit. Bought mama a crib and a brand new wagon. Now she hit the grocery shop looking lavish. Star Trek roof in the Wraith the Con. Girls get loose when they hear the song. 100 on the dash, get me close to God. We don't pray for love, we just pray for cause. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks a table come from ebony. Cut that ever into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, but I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see the shade. Switch on my side, I take any lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. close to my fire. Baby, it's cold when you're gone. Don't make me wait too long. Whenever you're near, I have this feeling you're making me weak. I'm a believer, so strike a match and set me on fire. Watch it burning, flames getting higher. You light me up, sweet old desire. So won't you come close to my fire? For you are my tempting delusion. You're melting it down. My resolution, I can't escape. Can't say I'm trying. You say my name. Oh, I can't hide it. So come on, sugar. Don't slow it down. I won't stop craving till you come around. You can't deny it. You're right here at home. The air is waiting. You know I want you to strike a match and set me on fire. Watch it burn and the flames getting higher. You light me up, sweet old desire. So won't you come close to my fire? Ain't no need to tell me, boy. Ain't no need to tell me, boy. Because I know I want you to strike a match and set me on fire. Watch it burn. Can you feel it? Now it's coming back, we can steal it. If we bridge this gap, I can see you through the curtains of the waterfall. When I lost it, yeah, you held my hand, but I tossed it. Didn't understand you were waiting as I dove into the waterfall. So say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo. Too fast and we crushed it, but it's in the past. We can make this leap through the curtains of the waterfall. So say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo. Just a boy with a broken toy, all lost and gone. So it's here I stand as a broken man, but I found my friend. Now I'm falling down through the crashing sound, and you come around. And you rush to me, and it sets us free. So I fall to my knees. The curtains of the waterfall. So say Geronimo, 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 sounds away, say Geronimo.
Something that can wash out the pain and I'm sleeping all these demons away. What's your ghost? The ghost of you, it keeps me awake. My friends had you figured out. Yeah, there's so what's inside of you. You tried hiding another you, but your evil was coming through. And these eyes sitting on the wall, well, they watch every move I make. Bright light living in the shade. Your cold heart makes the spirit shake. I had to go through hell to prove I'm not insane. Had to meet the devil just to know his name. And that's when my love was burning. Yeah, it's still burning. I keep going to the river to pray, 'cause I need something that can wash out the pain. And I know I'm slipping all these demons away, but your ghost, the ghost of you, it keeps me away. I keep going to the river to pray, 'cause I need something that can wash out the pain. And I know I'm slipping all these demons away, but your ghost, the ghost of you, it keeps me away. Each time that I think you go,
Good morning, everyone. We're going to be making a start in a few minutes. Can I ask everyone, please, to make their way in from the sponsors exhibition area? Please take a seat in track 1 here. There are a lot of people to fit in this room, so please fill the seats in towards the middle. Come towards the front. People generally don't bite. You should be safe. We'll be getting started in a few minutes.
Stand in the morning. There's something humming in my head. I wonder how long I could switch it off and switch it off again. It may be shame that I'm feeling, but it makes me get out of my bed. And then I watch my face in the mirror, try to recognize a friend. It's nice to see you again. It's better than nothing. And take off your golden chains. It's something you can't give in. It's a notion that I can't defend, and yet it's tough to play the part so hard and finally disappear from the scene. Move to the city, move in there, and find myself in another place. I swear that among the reasons for losing confusion, I'd find a proper solution. Come back and then it's nice to see you again. Whoa, it's better than nothing. Whoa, it's something you can give in. It's nice to see you again. Whoa, it's better than nothing, 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 nothing. Take off your golden chains. Whoa, it's something you can give in.
Is this thing on? Ooh!
Bonjour, Paris!
Good morning, Paris! Where are you going?
I needed this device.
How is everybody this morning? It's great to see you all here.
So it's, yeah, oh my God, it's been 5 years now. Can you imagine that? This thing started in 2012 in Leiden, and 2013 maybe, yeah, 2013 in Leiden, near Amsterdam. I was invited kind of a bit randomly to give a hand because the team was really, really small, and just a team of very close friends trying to make something happen in the WordPress community across Europe, across borders. And it worked. People came, people were happy, and at the end of that, there was no plan to do another one. It was really like, okay, we did it, it's done, great. But then, you know, after a couple of weeks, you feel the need to go back into organizing events like this. So then we went to Sofia, and then we went to Sevilla. Last year, I had the immense pleasure of welcoming everybody to Vienna in Austria, where I live, and now Jenny is hosting you all here in Paris. So 5 years later, this thing that was not supposed to go on for a second year, he's, I think, here to stay.
So one of the things that comes with changing cities each year is a new change in venue. So just to give you an overview of what we've got, you should have this in your little booklets. Hopefully everybody got one. But we have a full campus here at the Doc de Paris. We are currently in the Pullmann building, where track 1 is going to be for the duration of both days. Across the street, we have the Eiffel, where track 2 is going to be happening, and the Haussmann building, where we've also got networking activities. We have our community stands. We've got swag and the swag store. We also have coffee, drinks, snacks available both here in the Pullmann and in the Haussmann for the duration of both days. And please note that our lovely crew are all dressed in these fantastic purple t-shirts. They should be highly visible to you, and they are here should you need anything. They can direct you to whatever you might need.
And then I wanted to say a quick word on how the schedule is organized. We made a couple of changes from past years. So the idea is that every slot is 1 hour and starts at the top of the hour, as we didn't do for this first one, of course. And then there's a session, there's questions and answers, and then there's a break that normally is around 20 minutes. Meaning that you have time to change track, you have time to go get a coffee, a tea, or refresh yourself. So we don't have like bigger breaks in the morning and the afternoon. Every session you have those 20 minutes available, and we have only one slot, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. without session. That's the lunch break, of course. Lunch will be served longer. It will be served from 12:30 to 2:30. So please, if you are not in a session at 12:30, or if you don't plan to watch the first one, use that extra time to avoid lines at lunch. Maybe I said breakfast, but it was lunch, actually. We'll try very hard to stay on schedule, meaning that we'll use that break eventually to realign the schedule, so some break may be a bit shorter. Every session starts at the top of the hour. So that should make it easy not to miss one.
So WordCamps are successful because they are both inclusive and welcoming events. And the code of conduct exists to make sure that they stay so. It's based on some pretty simple principles. Be considerate, be respectful, make everybody feel welcome. If you do have any concerns or anything comes up, again, our staff is here to assist you. We also have a form on our website. This is the link. If you have anything to report or if you need to communicate with us, and you can do so anonymously if you desire.
And then, last but not least, of course, nothing here could happen without our sponsors. Those are the companies and people who make all this possible. And so we wanted to thank you here.
Let's give it up for Jetpack and WooCommerce, our super admins.
Our administrator sponsors are SiteGround, Bluehost, Mojo Marketplace, and Plesk.
Next up with our editors, we've got SiteLock, we've got Sendinblue, we've got Yoast, we've got, I have to get closer to read it, we've got Jackmail, and we've got GoDaddy. Thank you so much.
And also WP Engine, BoldGrid, CaptainForm.me, Yith, WPML, O2Switch, Timpani, and Radix are sponsoring the event. You will find all those people in the other half of this room, so go pay them a visit. They made amazing booths, they have amazing swag. I've seen spinners.
Let's not forget our small business sponsors. They also have booths out in the hall. And let's give a round of applause.
And with that, we're done here. We'll leave the stage to the speakers and the MCs. Enjoy the event.
Have a great day. Bonne journée.
Bonne journée.
Okay. So should we get this thing started then? Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome along to track 1 of WordCamp Europe. I'd like to say hi to everybody that's in this room. I'd like to say hi to everyone watching on the live streams. And I'd particularly like to say hi to anybody who was trying to come to the event but wasn't able to because of the visa problems. We really miss you. Your absence is being noted, and we're really sorry you can't be joining us here today. I believe we have a number of live stream watch parties going on. If so, hello. Pleasure to have you on board. Great to see you. So my name's Simon. I work on the VIP team at Automatic, and you have the pleasure of my company as MC for this morning in this room. The talks that we'll be having in here will be 25 to 30 minutes, after which we will have time for questions. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask of the speakers, there will be microphones towards the back of the room. We'll also have a roving mic down below here. We'll ask you to wait for the microphone to get to you. Tell us who you are, tell us where you're from, because I want people to get a sense of just how big this audience is and how disparate this community has become. And our first speaker can speak to a lot of that. She comes to us from Bulgaria, and she's the community lead on the WordPress Polyglots team. She was the lead organizer at WordCamp Europe last year in Vienna. We think she was actually the last person to speak on stage at Vienna. So it's quite fitting that she's the first speaker here today. I don't know about you, but if you've been to a WordCamp Europe before, it's probably changed your view of the world. It's great even just walking around here today, listening to all the different accents, voices, languages, just to take in how big this thing has become. In a sense, we have become bigger than many countries. But yet in the world today, borders seem to be back in fashion. Our first speaker is someone who sees the challenges of that up very close. She's going to talk to us about cross-cultural communication and the fundamentals of caring. Will you please welcome from Bulgaria, Petya Raykovska.
My slides up. They are. Hi. So I come from a very small family. It's basically all my life it's been me, my mom, my dad, and my sister. With the occasional grandparent in the picture, one grandmother in particular. So it feels very weird every time I head to WordCamp Europe, because I feel like I'm heading to the biggest family reunion on earth. It's almost like it's overwhelming and terrifying and like nice at the same time. It's pretty awesome. And my favorite thing is how I can't seem to go for the first 3 hours without being hugged every 15 seconds. It's so awesome. And then my other favorite thing is how my name gets pronounced incorrectly and super enthusiastically and lovingly every 15 seconds as well. I love it. It's really, really great. It's great to be having my coffee in Paris with you. Simon said that. That was the last slide of my presentation in last year's WordCamp Europe. Last year, we were 60 people from 68 countries at WordCamp Europe. This year, I think we're even more. If I'm not mistaken, there are like people from 82 different countries this year. That's such a growth. So I'm going to repeat myself and say hello world and welcome to Paris. And more or less, everyone that's here speaks 2 languages. We speak English to some extent, and we speak WordPress. And I started learning English quite late, and WordPress even later. But this particular story is about languages, and I learned that from my grandmother that I mentioned before, who, because I was born in communist Bulgaria, liked to tell me biblical stories as bedtime stories. And she didn't really tell me they were from the Bible, because that wasn't really, that was quite frowned upon back at that time. So the story is about how people once spoke one language, everyone spoke the same language, and how languages were created by vengeful gods that wanted to separate people because they were beginning to get too close to heaven, building this amazing tower that would get them closer to the heavens. So that vengeful god kind of separated them and scattered them across the world and made them speak different languages so they can't understand each other. And the moral of the story, Granny would say, while also like asking me, how are your English and German and Russian lessons going, was that the power to listen, hear, and understand each other makes us do things that otherwise seem impossible. And languages are really our ticket to a different show, to the world of somebody else, to something different than what we are used to. And people spend years, centuries, because I chose to believe in that story, even though it was biblical. But people spend centuries learning languages to be able to regain that power. And in the meantime, though, religion, traditions, politics, all of this evolved and took deep root within all of us. And on top of that, we got the internet. And communication started being a little bit more complex just because we got that new level on top of already having to communicate in a language that was foreign for most of us. Communicating without seeing each other. Luckily, other languages came to be like programming languages. And that's how we got WordPress. Today, WordPress is created by thousands of people everywhere. And since its inception, it was quite an international project. It has a global community these days, and people translate it in more than 160 languages. So, in theory, WordPress has kind of gone beyond borders, right? There's a passionate global community, a slice of which we have today. And why I'm here today is to talk to you a little bit about how can we understand each other better? And a bit of the lessons that I've learned in these past several years since I got involved with the WordPress community. Because I had no idea before. I had zero idea before. The first time I came to France, I was petrified to open my mouth. Because the only thing I knew was that the French won't speak English to you. And they're going to frown at you when you try speaking English to them. They're not, even if they understand you, they're not going to respond. I don't even remember who told me this, but for 2 days, all I did was this. And then somebody from my country, a clever, sarcastic designer called Janko Cvetkov, started mapping the world's stereotypes. And and I kind of got why I was so petrified to come to France, And some of these maps, you should look them up. They're quite amazing. Some of these maps are quite hilarious. There's quite a bit of a lot of offensive stuff about that as well. Some are hilarious, Some are a bit exaggerated, but some hit right where it hurts, especially if you're watching the map of your own stereotypes. And all the insecurities and the limitations that came from the fact that I grew up in a small Eastern European country that had no self-respect whatsoever. There's a Chinese curse that says, "May you live in interesting times." There is a little controversy if it's really a Chinese curse, but I looked it up and there's enough evidence that it's like a Chinese curse. The literal translation is quite different, but yeah. Uh, and we are quite cursed. Our world is super complicated, especially today. Division forces that, it was like a huge question mark on democracy these days. And there are conflicts everywhere and all that. And all that kind of pushes people back into their own shells, And we've witnessed walls being built around us for centuries. Some physical, some mental. Walls used to divide us, to position us as different, to determine our different social statuses. As far back as history goes, there were walls being built, but also torn down. Compared to the chaos of the reality, our WordPress world seems quite amazing. WordPress managed to gather a global community behind it, and people somehow work together, often not knowing where everyone is coming from. I'm not saying there are no problems, because there are. But our virtual world seems relatively safe. I got involved in WordPress. I always wanted to put that on a slide, by the way, like really, since the first WordCamp Europe. I got involved with WordPress in 2011, but really got involved in WordPress in 2013 in Leiden. I had barely been to a local WordCamp before I landed in Leiden. And I have no idea how to begin to describe to you how insignificant I felt when I first caught a glimpse of the global WordPress community. I was somebody that nobody knew. I was not a developer. It wasn't my place there. I didn't speak the language very well. And I didn't understand any of the programmatic talks. I had only used the platform to build a couple of small sites. But the WordPress community and the polyglot community somehow happened to me at Contribute Today. And naturally, there was trouble with the Wi-Fi. So I was like browsing around the tables and looking for where to sit. And reaching out the polyglots table, I found myself staring at Zay. And the polyglots team. This is a picture of the polyglots team from last year in Vienna. We were quite a smaller table with Leiden, but still, there were people from Japan, the Netherlands, Brazil, Georgia, Romania, all over Europe. Countries that I couldn't back then even put on a map. And I sat on the same table with them. And I don't think I ever left that table after. The person leading the polyglots team, the true polyglot, master of 5 languages, somebody that someone once described as the most interesting person in the world, was there at that table. And I asked, "Can I sit at your table?" "Sure," he said. He's just looking through his glasses. And I had never had a good understanding of people. I think Zay told me a couple of very valuable lessons at the beginning that seemed very vague, but somehow worked out. I was never patient. I didn't have a good understanding of different cultures. I only spoke English. I never even had a grasp of any other language. One thing I had was commitment to learn, though, and I had really good teachers. I picked up the role of kind of leading the community part of the polyglots team, I think by chance, and from this guy, from Zay. And I never thought that I would be able to fill his shoes. I don't think I ever will. But I was super terrified about how to talk to people, because I didn't know anyone, and I didn't know if I wasn't gonna unconsciously offend anyone by saying something. And then he said this: people just need someone to really listen to them. I said, really? It can't be that simple. He said, no, it's not. You have to find a reasonable one when there are conflicts. There's always one. Don't jump into conversations without you doing your research, without knowing who you're talking to. There's a lot of back history, just ask me. But most of all, be kind, respectful, and graceful. I am as graceful as an elephant in a glass door, and I'm never going to be as graceful as my mentor. But I'm trying to face my demons the best way I can. And I have a lot of challenges. There are a lot of challenges in communicating across cultures. And that begins with me not being a native English speaker, like a lot of the polyglot community. For non-English speakers, it's sometimes hard to understand, for native English speakers, it's sometimes hard to understand how much it takes out of you to try and express yourself in a language different than the one you grew up with. It kind of adds a layer that puts a restraint on your vocabulary and ability to express yourself, and it's sometimes really frustrating. People face that in one of two ways. They either decide that they're going to be the people that are going to ask all the questions, like when you don't understand something you ask, and you kind of risk looking as if you have no idea what's going on. Or they decide to not ask and risk not understanding. And that's where our backgrounds, cultural differences, national stereotypes, and personal issues come into play, because it takes something really strong to make you overcome the fear of getting there. One of my favorite people researchers, Dr. Brené Brown, says that courage starts with showing up and letting ourselves be seen. And in the WordPress community, we also have a phrase for this. It's decisions are made by those who show up. However, if you're a non-native English speaker of the WordPress community, you also know that ending of this phrase that is unspoken. Decisions are made by those who show up and dare to speak up. Speaking up takes a lot out of you, especially the first time, especially the first couple of times. Mostly because every community has rules, and when you first get involved in one, you don't know it. There are boundaries, borders, walls, unspoken rules, things that you don't know how to handle. And I want to talk a little bit about boundaries, which is like what's okay and what's not okay. And every community has some, but also like every culture has some, and every person has some. And when there are boundaries, that's actually okay. Because when we don't set boundaries, we let people do whatever they want and end up like kind of resentful and hateful, and we don't appreciate their choices. We get mad at them. And for the first kind of 20 years of my life, because I'm very passionate and people get me mad, for the first 20 years of my life, I just assumed people were sucking to piss me off, you know? And then I spent quite a bit of time back-channeling, talking to people privately, people that were kind of misbehaving, public channels, and there was one thing I kind of realized. What if people are doing the best they can? So I decided to try a new strategy, a new basic principle when communicating online and trying to resolve issues across cultures and language barriers. And the principle was the following. I never know if somebody is doing the best they can or not, but when I assume they are, my life gets better. The generosity to assume the best about people is a selfish act, because the life that changes first is yours, is your own. But it also lets you be a lot more compassionate when you communicate to people, and they feel that, and they bring that back. So boundaries are important. Boundaries they're not fake walls, they're not separation, they're not division, they're respect. It's saying, here's what's okay, and what's not okay for me. And we can't ever know what the boundaries of people are, all of them, because there's no way to know all the cultures. There's no way to study everything that happened to people in particular locations since they, were born. You can never know what it is to be someone else, but not knowing is never going to be a problem in our community as long as you don't assume or force your opinion, but ask. There's another quote, another thing Brené Brown taught me, just imperfections are not inadequacies. They're reminders that we're all in this together. And the Japanese have a beautiful, untranslatable phrase for this, which is wabi-sabi. It's finding beauty in imperfections, the acceptance of the cycle of growth and decay. I find that curiosity is the key. When you approach people with curiosity, even if you don't understand anything about their culture, asking questions is always good. They'll never turn you away. They'll be happy to share. They'll love to share. And you always make mistakes, You will bring white flowers to a Chinese person not knowing that, white flowers are only brought to funerals in China. Because that symbolizes that, You're gonna show the victory side to a British person and, get slapped in the face. Because, this means something else in Great Britain. You're gonna say okay to a Spanish person and get a really, really deep frown, because that's kind of a way to tell someone they're an asshole in Spain. And and that's okay, as long as you're prepared to kind of own this, and then ask, how should I do it? Sympathy, empathy, and compassion are 3 words I did not know before I got involved with the WordPress community. So this is like something I kind of had to study. With sympathy being when you feel for someone, empathy when you feel with them, and compassion, the urge to step in when somebody is struggling and do something about it. And compassion is not a virtue, it's a choice. It's something we choose to practice. I decided that, and all of a sudden everything got a lot easier when communicating to anyone from any different culture. Kindness is a universal language, and people feel it even across chat rooms. And caring? Caring is the coolest thing I've ever seen anyone do. Somebody taught me that last year, sitting over there and speaking after me, so make sure you sit around and wait for his story as well. So let's go back to where we are today. Paris has a small slice of the WordPress world today. WordCamp Europe has grown so much in the past 4 years that it has started feeling overwhelming for people. I hear more and more the phrase, it's not the same, when I talk to the people that came to the first one, to the second one. And that's scary. It mostly means it's so big that you don't really have enough time to form meaningful connections with the new people that you meet. But that doesn't mean we can't try. So, as WordPress goes beyond borders, we can try and go beyond WordPress. In the next 2 days, you don't only have to talk WordPress. Try and form meaningful connections by sharing something personal. I'm not saying networking is not all right. Of course it is. But try to share something real about yourself, something unique. Like, tell someone a personal story, or share something that's uniquely yours. Or teach them an untranslatable word from your language. Like the word that I cannot pronounce in German that means grief bacon. What's that word, Caspar? It's that thing that you do when you're grief-stricken and just overeat yourself out of grief. There is a unique word for this. There you go. Or my favorite, most favorite, untranslatable word in the world, Ubuntu, which means I find my worth in you, and you find your worth in me. And because we have time, I think we still have time, right? I'm going to finish with by starting to share something personal. I bought my first poetry book in maybe 15 years in Boston this March. I kind of thought that I had grown up to be too cynical for poetry, so I stopped reading poetry at some point. But I got into a Barnes & Noble to warm up. And it was just a book that was sitting next to the coffee table that I sat at. And caught me off guard. It's by 20-something-year-old Sarah Kay. And if you allow me, I'll read my favorite poem from that book to you. When they bombed Hiroshima, the explosion formed a mini supernova so that every living animal, human, or plant that received direct contact with the rays from that sun was instantly turned to ash. What was left of the city soon followed. The long-lasting damage from nuclear radiation caused an entire city and its population to turn into powder. When I was born, my mom says I looked around the hospital room with a stare that said this. I've done this before. And still, for someone who has apparently done this before, I still haven't figured anything out yet. My knees still buckle every time I get on stage. My self-confidence can be measured out in teaspoons mixed into my poetry, and it still tastes funny in my mouth. So no matter that I have inhibitions to fill all my pockets, I keep trying, hoping that one day I'll create something that I'll be proud to let sit in a museum exhibit as the only proof I existed. My parents named me Sarah, which is a biblical name. In the original story, God told Sarah she could do something impossible, and she laughed. Because the first Sarah, she didn't know what to do with impossible. And me, well, neither do I. But I see the impossible every day. Impossible is trying to connect in this world, trying to hold on to others while things are blowing up around you, knowing that while you are speaking, they aren't just waiting for their turn to talk. They hear you. They feel exactly what you feel at that same time that you feel it. It's what I strive for every time I open my mouth, that impossible connection. There is a piece of wall in Hiroshima that was burned black by the fire. But on the first step, a person blocked the rays from hitting the stone. The only thing left is a permanent shadow of positive light. When I meet you, in that moment, I am no longer a part of your future. I quickly become a part of your past. But in that instant, I get to share a part of your present, and you get to share a part of mine. And that is the greatest gift of all. So if you tell me I can do the impossible, I will probably laugh at you. I don't know if I can change the world yet, because I don't know that much about it. And I don't know that much about reincarnation either, but sometimes if you make me laugh hard enough, I forget where I am and where I came from. This isn't my first time here. This isn't my last time here. And these aren't the last words that I'll share. But just in case, I'm trying my hardest to do it right this time around. Thank you.
Petya, thank you. It always inspires me when I see people getting up and giving a presentation like that in a second language. I come here very aware of my own advantage in having English as a first language, and yet to see speaker after speaker getting up and overcoming that first fear of the language and then that second fear of opening up always gladdens my heart. We'd like to take any questions if anyone wants to ask Petya something. I'd like to start with one. Petya, you kind of hinted there that there was a political dimension to the kind of community that WordPress is and has become. We don't talk about that very much.
No, we don't.
Why?
I don't know. People feel uncomfortable bringing it up, or just talk about it not publicly with each other, to each other. Not entirely sure. I kind of have this feeling like there's the kind of the American community and the others, and there's a feeling of separation that is just like there are little pieces that happen that kind of separate those worlds. I kind of hope that goes away soon. I don't think that there should be anything like this. Yeah, I mean, WordPress was, after all, founded on both sides of the world, right? So yeah, I kind of really feel that if kind of the global community, non-native English-speaking global community finds its voices, kind of steps up, being a little bit bolder, maybe those things will disappear. Because there's no lack of people wanting to hear each other out. I don't think.
I think you really need to look around an event like this to see people wanting to engage, and if you want to call that politics, maybe you can.
I don't see anything wrong in talking politics. It's just it's just one way to learn more about each other. I mean, last year we all hugged you guys after what happened. It was like basically the same day of WordCamp Europe that the results were coming out, right? I still want to hug you guys. I'm sorry.
Hug a Brit, please.
That's all right. Yes. They're not over it yet, so if you see a British person, there's like about 200 of them. Give them a hug.
They have one more WordCamp Europe left in them. Do we have a question up at the top?
No?
No?
Oh, yeah.
We have a question down below. Sorry.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for your talk. Just a little question. You say you can't say something to a Frenchie.
I knew that was going to come back and bite me in the ass.
And you can say to other... and what is it? I'm curious.
No, I wasn't. I was just terrified to speak English, It was like people told me that if I speak English to French people, they will be offended, and they will not respond. And, it's like a common stereotype about French people.
Sorry, guys. Yeah.
That you don't really like speaking a language other than yours, which is, I mean, I find that stereotypes can be overcome. Definitely, but this was like I was 18. I didn't even speak English that well, and somebody told me like, yeah, they will like frown at you if you speak anything other than French at them. I have so many French friends right now. I don't speak French, so they all speak English to me. So I have no trouble speaking English to French people. As long as I keep grinning,
I've been coming to France now for about 20 years, and I genuinely feel it's got better.
Yeah.
But maybe it's just you guys.
Oh, but you know that as well, right?
Pas normalement.
All right.
So, any more questions? I don't see any hands raised. So what we'll do, Petya, you will be around all through the event.
I will be here.
Everyone's Petya's friend. Please come up and talk to her. And if you've been watching the slides, she wants to talk back to you. So can I ask for one more round of applause, please, for Petya Raykovska?
Thank you.
Now, what we're going to do is, normally we would take our 20-minute break here. We're not going to do that so that we can get back on schedule. So you have about a 5-minute break before we'll start again in here at 10 o'clock. Our speaker will be Caspar Hübinger. We're going to be talking about translation issues from a cultural perspective. I should also tell you that in the other room in Eiffel, we have Otto Kekalainen, who's talking about WordPress performance. If you're really into your debugging, he's the man to go and watch now in the other room. There will also be a speed networking session in the Hostman building. And watch out, please, for the sponsor workshops. Our next sponsor workshop will be at 11 o'clock with Plesk, and that will be in the Hostman building again. Otherwise, stay where you are. We'll start again in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, folks, can I ask you to take a seat, please? And we will continue on with our program and try and get things more or less back on schedule. Our next speaker comes to us from Germany. He's one of the more familiar faces from the German community. And he works in customer support at WP Media, who will probably be best known to you for the WP Rocket plugin. He's going to talk to us about user experience and localization. Now, can I ask, how many of you in the room have done translation work with WordPress? Look at the hands, my people. Something I do too. I have the onerous responsibility of translating from American English into UK English. And it's not as easy as you might think. Even in my work, you'll soon discover that it isn't simply a case of converting one word to a different word, or even just a different spelling. You need to learn to communicate not just meaning, but feeling. And recognizing that there are pitfalls in one language which may not exist in another. WordPress has a commitment to design for the majority. The majority of the population of the planet happens to be female. It applies to our language as much as it does to our visuals. And this is a story of how even the words that we use can be exclusionary to people, and how translators, many of you in the room, can play an important part in empowering those users through localization. Would you please welcome onto the stage Caspar Hübinger.
Thank you. All right, originally I was going to think to count all the women in the room by having you stand up, but please let's not do that. It's just too massive here. It's not going to work. We don't have the time. So please bear with me. Just for sake of example, I'm going to assume that 50% at least of all the attendees in this room were women. Okay, for sake of example, bear with me. And among these 50%, women are like probably organizers, developers, marketers, bloggers, entrepreneurs, whatnot, you know. That estimation, however, may be true in English. If I was speaking French or Italian or Spanish or Dutch or some other language I don't speak, or my mother language German, chances are I would not even be speaking of women when I said the word for attendees or bloggers or marketers in that language. I'd be speaking of men only. Matter of fact, that is exactly what some of the translated WordPress user interfaces out there do, and without meaning to offend any of my fellow translators, I love you, that is what I call a big little shame. It is quite a big issue. Almost every second WordPress install out there, of the ones we can track, runs WordPress in another language than English. And among the most used other languages are the ones I have just mentioned. So we are talking about systemic exclusion of probably hundreds of thousands of people, women, simply by use of certain languages. For many people, it seems small issues, though, if any issue at all, because it manifests in tiny little details. And when you look at each one of them separately, they may not seem very important until we start looking at the bigger picture, which we're going to be doing in a minute. First, to begin this tale of empowered user experience through localization, let me introduce you to a couple of friends of mine. This is Jeff Bridges. And the only reason Jeff Bridges is in this talk is that when he was interviewed on why he had agreed to star in a gritty old Western movie titled True Grit, his reply was, the Coens, frankly. Now, the Coen brothers, in case you haven't heard of them, gave us movies such as The Big Lebowski, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?, The Hudsucker Proxy, The Men Who Stare at Goats, and many others. And if Jeff Bridges would have lived in the early 1800s, he would have wanted to work with the Coens of that time, and those were, of course, the brothers Grimm, Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm, to be precise. If you haven't heard of the Grimms, look them up. You certainly have heard of their greatest copycat, the father of the most famous mouse ever, Mr. Walt Disney. Disney would later make a movie from the Grimm's tale of Snow White. It did not even come close to what the Coens could have done. However, by the year of 1819, the Grimms had some moderate success with their collection of German folk tales, such as Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, Little Red Riding Hood, Brave Little Tailor, Hansel and Gretel, Rumpelstiltskin, and many others. And Jacob Grimm had set out to publish writings on the German language itself, trying to determine the history of words and grammatical patterns in order to lay out what would become the first descriptive German grammar. Now, German up to that point had not been anything of the masterpiece of a language it is today. coded from hundreds of dialects over thousands of years. It was in horrible shape, highly complex, inconsistent to an inconceivable degree, and in terrible need of documentation. Jakob Grimm saw that he could not win trying to refactor German, but he was brave enough to take on the documentation part. In doing so, he unwillingly became the founding father of what would grow into a movement of hipster linguists by the early 1900s. You know, men with beards who had made it their mission to discuss meta-German in written debates, document its development and processing, and publish writings on language cultivation from which a general codex for German spelling and grammar eventually would emerge. In one of these early works, some of the example sentences for specific grammatical cases would speak of a daughter, a girl, a young woman, whose appearance was a paragon of grace. That's the embodiment of grace, so to speak. Now, these examples obviously correlate with common social values back at that time. With a decent marriage still at the top of the list of career options for women back then, grace or beauty was considered somewhat a premium asset for a daughter. In other words, those early example sentences reflect a highly positive picture when put in context with predominant values of a patriarchal society. Fast forward to the 1960s, these example sentences are still present in later editions of the same works, but their tone has slightly changed. A daughter who was attributed with grace back in 1917 has now become a manifestation of ugliness who cannot stir any warm feelings amongst men. That is less than 50 years from grace to disgrace. And if it wasn't for a professor of Slavic studies, Ursula Dolezal, who wrote about this stuff, it would probably have gone unnoticed. Given that presumably even in the 1960s, ugliness was not regarded a common social value and no parent would have wanted for their child to be ugly, it seems kind of curious why certain linguists had changed their example phrases to reflect a more negative picture of their female protagonists. Now, even more curiously, something else had happened around the same time. The use of masculine forms to refer to feminine characters, later on labeled as the generic masculine, gets explicitly mentioned as preferable practice by a philosopher of language and professor for German studies, Henning Brinkmann, in his book Die Deutsche Sprache. Obviously, this was not the beginning of the generic masculine in German, but for the first time in the history of its written grammar, linguists would declare the use of the masculine gender for female characters best practice in certain scenarios, basically enshrining the disregard of women across the German language into scientific lore. So only as late as 1962 had the generic masculine in German transitioned from verbal habit into an academic guideline. From now on, female word forms had not only become omissible, but straightforward deprecated in many cases. Women literally were excluded from their own language by default, like men only. For 30 years, until the early 1990s, which probably is when some of you were born, this development would take root in official standards and curriculums, questioned pretty much only by the feminist movement, who would demand consideration for women in language, continuously debated by the dudes pro-status quo, based on an academic distinction of what they called natural versus grammatical gender. Now, I would prefer to say personal versus grammatical gender in the first place, and that still is kind of hard to wrap your head around, so let me try to explain real quick. A woman's personal gender would be female and her grammatical gender would be feminine. However, in specific grammatical scenarios, for example, for any sort of title or user role or when she's part of a group, her personal gender and her grammatical gender would no longer align. Her grammatical feminine gender would basically get overridden by a masculine, but that masculine is not supposed to be a regular old masculine. It's a generic masculine, a dedicated grammatical category agnostic of personal gender that gets applied whenever. The trick here is that the human mind should be able to intuitively conceive of men and women when we hear or read a generic masculine, other than when we hear or read a regular masculine, which should make us rightfully think of men only. you can see this gets a little problematic because regular masculine terms and generic masculine terms are identical. It's basically like a unisex toilet next to a men's room, and some genius put the exact same symbols on the doors, but we are still expected to somehow get which toilet is for men only and which is for everyone. So this doesn't seem to add up, obviously. So science would take its course. Fast forward again, by 2008, a number of psycholinguistic studies had been conducted on the actual effects the general use of the generic masculine had on human perception and cognition, including that of children. We'll come to that later. But there seems to be strong evidence that just because academic linguistics claim that women and girls should be understood as included in generic masculine phrasings, that does not mean human perception actually works that way. So when I did the research for this talk, I had to think of a friend of mine who is a teacher, and he would often tell parents, listen to what your children do not say. Meaning, you got to listen to what your children do say, but also to what they show you and may not be saying. And that's a pretty powerful message of compassion when you think about it. In experience design, and microcopy and localization are crucially important parts of experience design, we often have to do exactly that. Listen to what people do not say. Yeah, I know the data. We always want the data to build our decisions on. But let's be honest, in open source, we don't always have data. So what do? The best I would know is to turn to our support platforms, the open forums, and the ticket queues of paid customer support for themes and plugins. We solve issue by issue, we listen to people, and we try to fathom how they perceive our user interfaces so that using this and that particular feature can even become a problem for them. We listen to what people do say and hopefully help them, but at the same time, we must listen hard to what they do not say and then try to come up with solutions for those issues as well. This is how we design for the majority when we do not have data. And this is basically how we need to iterate on localization if we're going to make a difference in that little corner of 28% of the web I get to talk to you about today. Speaking of making a difference, do you know that feeling when you want to hug your computer screen because something worked tremendously well in a user interface and you're just thrilled that it worked and you can literally feel the care of the person who created this coming towards you through the screen? You know that? Last year at WordCamp Europe, I had a chance to talk about how caring is the coolest thing I've ever seen anyone do. By the way, I did not make that quote up. I found it on the internet. And how plugin providers can make a huge difference for WordPress in general, just by how they care for people through their user interfaces inside of WordPress. Because I believe successful experience design is all about paving a way for what many people perceive as a personal relationship they have with the software they're interacting with. And just like other personal relationships, that relationship ideally is characterized by things like kindness, awareness, compassion, consideration, respect, support, humor. Where do these things live? They live in the details of everyday life, and they can totally live in the design and microcopy of a carefully crafted user interface. Just as the saying goes, love is not how you feel about a person, it's how you treat them. I believe healthy experience design is about how we, the people who make software, consider and treat the people who use it through our user interfaces. And just like in other personal relationships, those people are willing to invest. You know, they forgive our imperfections to a certain degree. They kindly look away when we make a mess out of ourselves. Oh, you did it again? Oh, no. But people can only take so much. If we don't strive enough to improve the experience people have with that terribly amputated representation of ourselves as humans called a user interface, those people who are willing to invest in the relationship in the first place, they lose hope and quit. Whether they leave us physically, abandon our software, or just get increasingly frustrated and start hating us makes little difference after all. The relationship we create through the user interface will die if we fail to cast the devils out of the details. The things we don't usually like to talk about in our relationships is where they go wrong. And the wronger something gets, the harder it can become to admit. So we tend to turn to ignorance or denial as an easy way out, until one day that elephant in the room has grown so big, it gets hard to maneuver around. Last year, I proposed changes to German WordPress to introduce inclusive language instead of male-centric language. You know, no big deal. Got an idea? Throw it into the community pool, see if it creates some ripples. And it did. It rippled. I found myself, and unfortunately a couple of dear friends of mine, at the center of a veritable shitstorm just hours after my proposal. A blogger had taken on my approach and had framed it as an attack of ideology against free speech and personal liberty. Commenters and other bloggers hopped on the bandwagon, end of proposal, for now. However, amongst all the debates, there was that very peculiar argument, and it really stood out for me, that my changes were against official German, which was only true if we understand official as academically documented grammar. But I'm not sure that was the stance. Matter of fact, there seemed to be that notion that language is given official status by its written grammar. That is false. The opposite is true. Written grammar may receive official status the moment it manages to document most accurately how people actually use a language. But that sort of an official version of a language is never written in stone. Jakob Grimm did not make German official back then. Linguists document and study and analyze and contribute to the understanding of languages in tremendous ways, and sometimes they make like proposals in written grammar, for example, declaring the masculine best practice, you know, men only. But linguists don't make languages. People make languages. And yes, I know linguists are people too, but I mean all the people. And nobody but people themselves own their language. Language is a birthright. No one can ever take away from a person. When it gets taken away, though, history holds plenty of terrifying evidence that those events pretty much always correlate with deceit, violence, suppression, or even genocide. And maybe, in a community like Germany, that was what some people reacted to so intensely. The objection against an imaginary minister of language trying to dictate how everyone should think and speak? I don't know for sure, but I'd like to make it abundantly clear that I'm not advocating for a new set of rules for the language used in WordPress. I don't think voluntary localizers need more rules. What we do need, what I'm proposing, is that we choose to put an end to denial, because denial is not a strategy. If something as big as systemic exclusion of people lives right there in our translated user interfaces, we need to address it. Now, as I found out last year, addressing a problem and having a decent conversation about it can be tricky when half the people in a room or in a community don't see the problem. Enter cognitive bias. There was that Twitter thread recently, I don't know if you saw it, where a male employee from a service agency named Martin Schneider describes how one day he is emailing with a client back and forth, and that client is just being impossible, rude, dismissive, ignoring questions, until Schneider would notice that accidentally he has used the email signature of his team member Nicole Hallberg, a woman. Now he then re-enters the conversation as a man, and while technique and advice never change, as Schneider later says, there is an immediate change of tone from the client. No more arguing. The dude chills out, virtual handshake, apparently just because Martin Schneider has a man's name now. So the two of them, Schneider and Hallberg, decide to switch their email inboxes for 2 weeks. She would email with clients as him and he as her. By the time they finish the experiment, she later writes, she has had one of the easiest weeks of my professional life. And according to Supervisor Martin, her most successful week in that company. Brave little Taylor Schneider, however, has gone through what he describes hell. He said, everything I suggested was questions. Client I could do in my sleep were condescending. One asked if I was single. When the two finally decide to tell their boss about it, they hit a wall of denial. He simply refuses to believe them, despite the obvious correlation between email signatures and client behavior. This is cognitive bias. We all behave like that here and there. We do. And it is not even about boss acting douche. And it's not even about her being a woman and him being a man. This is about a person's privilege, which allows him to have a choice to believe or not that there is a problem. And the one thing to acknowledge here is not everyone has the same choice. Okay, she does not have the same choice. All that little experiment did was to make her ugly, everyday reality tangible for two guys, one of which still opts for denial later on. Not everyone has the same choice. And going back to language, that is just as true. A study published in 2015 titled Yes, I Can reveals how gender-fair job descriptions normalize children's perceptions of job status and job difficulty. Quote, the use of pair forms, which means masculine and feminine words next to each other, can contribute in shaping more egalitarian gender-related perceptions and may encourage girls to consider occupations stereotypically associated with the other gender as a possible option to pursue in their future career, end quote. This is great news, of course, but the study also mentions the impact male-centric language takes on children, or on people really, because people, after all, start out as being small, the Charlie Brown song says. By the time a person has grown up under male-centric language, society has sort of cluster-bombed its gender stereotypes straight into her soul. Quote, the generic use of masculine plural forms to describe stereotypically male jobs is likely to lead children to restrictive, male-only associations and perceptions about stereotypically male occupations, end quote. So let's try to connect a few dots here. Historical linguistics argue for men only in certain languages based on an abstract distinction between personal and grammatical gender. How would a child make that sort of abstraction? How would children have any choice to cognitively categorize women and girls as included when the generic masculine and regular masculine terms are identical and person plus masculine equals men? Would the human mind learn to perceive anything more inclusive than men only? That study indicates it would not. That academic argument simply seems to ignore what becomes obvious when we apply a little empathy and common sense. You know, two words for the same role, job, type of person, whatever. One word describes a woman, the other describes a man. Then speaking of men and women requires both of these words, not only one. English has only few of these words, like, for example, actor or actress. Most other personal descriptions like developers, users, or other ones that we have in WordPress apply to both women and men, grammatically at least. But in languages like French, German, Italian, Spanish, and many others, the translations for developer or author or user are masculine. And there are feminine terms, feminine forms of the same terms, and those just get omitted, you know? But why would a language take shortcuts in the first place? I would say Jimi Hendrix didn't say just butterflies when he meant to say butterflies and zebras. He would not try cut his way around his own poetry. He would sing of butterflies and zebras and moonbeams and fairy tales. And the richness of detail, not the lack thereof, would perform its magic and shape its uncompromising beauty of the song we know as Little Wing today. Now, I'm not trying to say that songwriting and experience design require equal measurements of poetry. But it is true that sometimes when you're trying to solve a previously unsolvable problem, you need to do a little magic and therefore rely on the help of unicorns. There are two types of unicorns I would like for you to take a look at with me, and they are both part of a much greater zoo of linguistic beings that can help to enhance user interfaces. These two are gender-neutral language and what I call gender-fair or gender-sensitive language. I'm not even sure if gender-sensitive is a word, though. While gender-neutral language often lives in an English user interface and then happens to appear in other languages just by translation, gender-sensitive language is mostly bound to the realms of non-English localization. We're going to look at them one by one, but before we do, we need to briefly address the purpose of microcopy for user experience design in general. Microcopy are all those little button text and labels and whatnot, if you haven't heard the term. I said at the beginning that microcopy and localization are crucially important parts of experience design. Why? Well, because think of a user interface without any words in it. That's why. Microcopy is all about conveying meaning under extreme conditions. Screen estate is so limited. White space is so necessary, though, to keep a UI clean and breathing. very little space in a user interface is actually left for copy, so that copy better nail it, no matter in what language. Because we expect for a UI to explain itself while we are using it, it must present itself in a way that empowers our brains to pick up a functional element, including the microcopy, while we are using it, and make sense of it without actually thinking about it too much. That's what we mean when we say a user interface is intuitive. Gender-neutral language plays an important part here insofar as it can empower a person to identify and act upon the hints coming from the user interface without having to negotiate who they are and whether or not they qualify to use a particular feature. Gender neutral basically means to express something in a way so that gender stays out of the picture. On WordPress's internal credits page, for example, it was not possible to apply two separate translations for the single string lead developer, which had a generic masculine translation in German in the first place. So German polyglots chose to switch from a personal to a functional interpretation of that string. This could be reverse translated as lead development instead of lead developer. Quite an example how localization can be made gender neutral by changing a core streak, so to speak, on the fly into something that is easier to translate while it perfectly conveys the general meaning of the original message. Two other examples for gender-neutral language straight from WordPress core are the mystery man and a WordPress commenter. This is how the default avatar was labeled 2 years ago, mystery man. Playful by intention maybe, but male-centric, mystery man would communicate an underlying notion that can come across exclusive and discouraging. You know, anyone other than a man doesn't seem to qualify here. So along comes lead developer Mark Jaquith and changes mystery man into mystery person. Less playful maybe, but gender neutral. The strings now communicate something much more inclusive and empowering. Every human is a person naturally, so we don't even have to process any self-evaluation here. About a year after Mark's comment, Mika Epstein has had enough of seeing an imaginary Mr. WordPress being generated as author of the first comment on each and every new WordPress install. So she files a patch and would rename Mr. WordPress into a WordPress commenter. Note how in her ticket description, Mika concludes on a list of possible wordings with localization in mind. She says, a WordPress commenter is the most clear about what the darn thing is and who left it. I feel it's both the most understandable and translatable. It may also be worth highlighting on a side note the decision-making on that patch before it gets merged into core, because gender-neutral language sometimes is seen as a sort of political endeavor. It is not political here, not at all. The comments on that track ticket discuss gender-neutral wording strictly in the context of user experience as a matter of humanizing the user interface and improve the educations around comments. I think Aaron Jobin said that in a comment there. Now, while gender-neutral language tries to neutralize gender and eliminate it from the user interface, gender-fair or gender-sensitive language is all about making gender inclusively visible where it cannot be eliminated, maybe. Okay, this is limited to binary genders in most languages, so ultimately a gender-neutral approach would always be preferable as the most inclusive. However, sometimes we have to iterate and reiterate before we reach an ultimate goal, so for iterations on inclusive localization, gender-sensitive language can definitely be a powerful catapult to help us escape the trap of a male-centric mindset. Let's look at the word author for an example. In English, author is perfectly gender-neutral. It can be a woman, a man, he, she, they, everything perfectly gender-neutral. So it seems to make perfect sense in English to apply author as a single word string in all kinds of contexts all across WordPress. The same string gets used for a user role, as a label for post and page creators, for commenters, for theme and plugin providers. The question is, does this work for other languages just as fine? In my mother language, German, the word for author can be masculine or feminine, Autor or Autorin. Articles are gender specific and so are plural forms. It's a hot mess. Similarly, in French, we have un auteur and une very rarely used auteure. and the respective plural forms. And in Italian, for example, we have autore and autori, and autrice and autrici as the feminine form. And in all of these languages, and more of them, there seems to be that common notion of, nah, let's not. You know, let's not mention women. Men only, whatever. And the fact that this is common does not make it right at all. Just like the earth is not flat because people commonly used to believe that. And burning a human alive is never the right thing to do, even if it was common practice in the Middle Ages. And naturally, women must make decisions about their own bodies, even when passing legislation on abortion or healthcare is commonly dominated by men. And a company who tries to cover up sexual harassment does not have a problem, but does not have a culture, but a huge problem, even if people commonly still ride Uber. And linguistic theory does not have anything to do with how children start to perceive and make their reality when they learn to use their mother language at the age of 2 or 3, and women who use WordPress are not to be labeled as male users, male authors, or male developers, just because that seems to be a common thing in certain languages. So how do we fix it? Well, there are hacks at the moment. In a past version of this talk, I proposed to use inline HTML with accessibility attributes inside of translated strings. Those may work for certain languages in certain scenarios, but as soon as a developer opts for escaping their strings, we're screwed. Even if WordPress stepped forward and with a more gender-neutral approach to user roles, for example, replacing the current denominative hierarchy of titles with descriptive labels according to significant functionality and privilege, similar to what we have seen earlier with lead developer and lead development instead, that still would not solve the issue for languages with, for example, gendered verb forms. So ultimately, we're going to need a new internationalization framework. Piece of cake, yeah. I know it's not a piece of cake, but I'm almost willing to bet a framework that gives translators the flexibility they need to provide gender-fair translations would not only make WordPress user interfaces more inclusive, but it will also help to increase adoption and user happiness in the long run. After all, we're talking about real people trying to maintain a real relationship with the software they're interacting with. When I started working on this topic 1 year ago, friends of mine helped me publish a plugin for testing your own custom set of language files for WordPress core. It is called String Intelligence. You can still find it on WordPress.org and GitHub, and it is open for everyone to contribute experimental core translations for your language. However, in the course of a year, I have been privileged to be able to talk to some very, very talented and knowledgeable people, and these people helped me to realize the mistake I had made. I had tried to solve that big little shame alone and locally. Exclusive language is not anyone's problem alone, though. That big little shame of systemic exclusion sits in many WordPress translated user interfaces in many languages. So conversation needs to happen on a global scale, targeting the core of our translation technology in order for us to create a more inclusive experience in the future. Code is poetry, says the tagline. User interfaces probably don't need to be exactly poetry with butterflies and zebras and moonbeams and fairy tales. But if design for the majority can be something localizing teams take on as part of their mission and collaborate with designers and developers in our community, WordPress might eventually become an open source software model for empowered user experience through inclusive localization for everyone. The show notes for this talk can be found at my website, glückpress.com/WCEO 2017. Thank you.
Isn't that great? Now, again, we have a few minutes for questions. If anyone would like to come to a mic and ask a question, we have a roving mic down below here. I'm going to ask Caspar, is anyone doing this well for us to follow as a role model? Or is this an area where WordPress can lead?
Well, this little screenshot that I had here, let me see if I can go back. Dominic Schilling, just yesterday, Well, it's not there anymore. Okay. Apparently, there is a JavaScript translation framework named Message Format JS. I'm not a developer in that sense of the word, and but Dominic is, obviously. And he pointed me to that one, and I quickly read it only yesterday, and put it in there because it looked like it could be something, because they say right there, gender and plural capable. It could be something that we could build on or use. But as I say, I'm not a developer. That's for you people to figure out, for you developers.
Do we have any questions from the room? We do, just up at the top. Thank you.
Hi, Caspar. I'm Álvaro from Portugal. We have here.
Where is he?
Up top.
Up there, okay. Yes.
We have the same problems you addressed. I don't actually have a question. I just want to thank you for your presentation. It was very inspiring. And maybe I have a question.
Please go.
How do you feel addressing these issues, being a man?
Oh, good one. Good question. How do I feel
Thank you.
raising these issues as a man, being a man? Honestly, I feel, yeah, like anyone would feel who is aware that they are privileged. That's what I am. I grew up under male-centric language, totally. And matter of fact, language is a topic in my family. I had a grandmother who was a journalist and an author, and many of the people in my family write in some sort of way. So I was very much used to male-centric language because it was the default. And then a couple of years ago, I started noticing that some of my dear friends, women in that case, seemed not very comfortable with the way I spoke. And so I approached them about it, and we talked about it, and I learned about all these things. And then I got very interested because I sensed a problem. And I'm that kind of person. I don't have a classical university degree or anything, but when I sense a problem, I go into. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters if I'm a man or if I'm a woman to raise this question. Am I privileged? Yes. Am I affected by the problem? Maybe some people would say no, but I say yes, because it has screwed up my worldview for like decades. And I consider that a big harm that I've been suffering from and that I'm trying to overcome to do these things, with doing these things.
Wow.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Folks, I think the one takeaway here is that there is a lot that can be done already. I think there is more to be done. So if you understand the technicalities of this and you're happy to volunteer your services and help improve things, listen to the room. There is clear desire among the community to make this happen, and I really hope that this can be the start of something. Can we all thank Caspar Hübinger? Now, we're pretty much back on schedule. We're going to terminate this session now. You have about 15 minutes to go out, explore the exhibition space, travel to the other room. At 11 o'clock in here, we will have John Maeda from Automatic, who's going to talk about design issues. In Eiffel is going to be Heather Burns talking more on the politics angle. Hostman will be hosting a tribe meetup for plugin authors, and there will also be a sponsor workshop with Plesk at 11. Wherever you choose to go, we'll see you back there. Okay, folks, if you're coming in for this session, can I ask you please to take a seat quickly? This is looking like a full one, so if there are empty seats towards the middle of this section or towards the edges on these sections, could you please fill those gaps so that other people can come in and take those seats? Thank you. Okay, I'd like to make a couple of quick announcements before we start. It's already been mentioned, but we have a lost and found service at the special registration desk just at the front of this building. If you are the person who has lost their phone, we know where it is. So if you could just check with the special reg desk, they have it there and you can go and claim it. I'd like to say a special thank you, please, to the teams who are working on the live transcription. We have the English team over here. We have the French team over here. We have live transcription en français là-bas. And my French teacher is very pleased that I used some French on stage. So our next speaker is John Maeda from Automatic. Now, when it was announced within Automatic that John was joining the company, half of the company took to Slack with excitement emojis and party parrots, many, many party parrots. The other half of the company took to Google going, who is John Maeda and why is everyone so excited? I can tell you, I'm not going to tell you which group I was in, by the way, but I can tell you now that I am in no doubt as to John's history, his resume, and his background. John has had a real impact on Automatic in the time he's been with the company. And when he joined us, he chose the job title of Global, I'm going to read this so I get it right, Global Head of Computational Design and Inclusion. Those words were chosen very deliberately. And actually, it's been really good to see how John has impacted in all of those areas with the work he's doing. A common thread through John's career has been the unification of design and technology. And that's the subject he's going to talk to us about today. He's one of the most inspiring speakers I've heard in a very, very long time. Will you please welcome John Maeda?
Thank you. I want to thank Simon. Simon's an amazing MC. I'm total like Academy Awards feeling. And I have a big thing about Portugal right now. Who's from Portugal? Portugal? Whoa, Portugal, you deliver it. First, I'm going to hang out with Jose and then Alvaro. I just met Alvaro through Jose, who explained to me that we have a UI problem in this theater. And I was like, what do you mean? And he said, well, people will either come into the side or come into the top. And if you come into the top, you get tired. So you'll never come here. So you'll stop somewhere over there, like all of you stopped back there. The irony is the seats in the front here are free, but they're usually worth 10,000 euros. So, you know, UI problem. Anyways, when I think about design, I think of these kinds of things that we tend to do. We accidentally design things poorly. And that's why listening to Caspar's talk just a few minutes ago was another example of how when you think about what you've designed and you're reflective about it, you may have a chance to design it better the next time. And Caspar spoke about that with a lot of humility. I know Petya also had this kind of discipline to talk about how in her work across many languages, her ability to reframe other languages, other cultures, has helped her think of how to build better communities. And when I reflected on how Simon was talking about my super long title, I have like a super long title. And why I made a super long title is because I didn't want to forget things that I thought are important. Number one, global is an important word because it means you're designing for the world. And it's so easy to forget that. And coming into the WordPress world, I could see that the world is represented. And I love the thing that Petya put up about WordPress can also be spelled WorldPress. The second thing is I wanted to put in the word computational design. And why is that? It's because the word design is very confusing. It's very poorly designed. When someone says, I need a design, it can mean anything. It can mean you want a color picked, or you want a better hairstyle, or you want something pretty, something handsome, something aesthetic. Or it can mean you may want to design this entire theater so people will sit in the front more often. Or it can mean you want to design a system so that it is more inclusive to everyone of all types. It's a very different kind of design to design in that way versus making something beautiful. And the problem today is design tends to represent itself as a kind of field that focuses on making you look amazing. You know what I'm talking about? Like, your suit's designed so, can I buy that suit? Where was it designed, you know? And that's the design that we like on television, in the movies. And it's a nice kind of design, but it usually has to do with wealth and privilege and elite. And that's great, because that markets well. But the kind of design that I want to talk about more often, and for all of you, is the kind of design that we don't use very often in technology. In technology, what happens is it's about technology, right? Someone told me, why is it that MIT doesn't care about art? And I would say, what does a T in MIT stand for? Technology. So technology is about engineering. It's about making things faster, making things more compact, making them more elegant in a machine vocabulary. It's a beautiful world, the world of the matrix. Nothing's wrong with that. But it's a lot of work to do that. So what happens in the technology industry is we make technology, and it does something amazing, and by that time we've spent all our money, and we're really tired. And we're like, whoa, we made this amazing thing. Now we need people to use it. So let's get designers to spray something on it so it looks like something you might want to use. Like, I know it's really hard to use, but don't worry, a designer will pick the perfect color for the button, and it's going to be so much easier to use. This is called lipstick on a pig, it's called. It's called spray-on design. Like, oh my gosh, I'm just so tired. Can someone just add design? Add design to it. You know, and designers, that's the main kind of work they can get. They have all this spray ready to go. Pss, 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 you know? Do they want to apply that spray? No. They want to make the whole thing work for real people, but they can't. So all their business is about spraying stuff on it, okay? All the education is about spraying things on it. But I want to invite you in this WordPress ecosystem that if you bring design early into the process, what will happen is you'll design something much better for real people. It's a very hard concept. It's very easy to understand, but I want you all to know people in developers, who's a developer here? Developer, right? It's hard to develop stuff. You're trying to make the thing go Mach 7 instead of Mach 6, which is exponential, as you know. So it's hard to make that happen. So when you bring designers in, it's like a pain in the behind, right? Like, oh my gosh, there's someone else I have to talk with. It's extra work. But that extra work is important because of one fundamental thing. The fundamental thing is, it used to be in technology, the only customers were technologists, right? The only person who would need to use your tool was another technologist. And in the year 1990, it's okay, command line, right? Do you know the acronym RTFM? It stands for Read the Effing Manual. You can't use it? RTFM. That was okay in the 90s. it was okay in the early 2000s because that's the technical people. But in the year 2008, when the world went mobile, everybody gets a computer. And because everybody gets a computer, it means that you're not designing for fellow technologists. So now you have to design with real people. That's a paradigm shift. That's what happened. And it's hard to detect because of Moore's law. Moore's law is so invisible that we can't feel the fact that the computer we used in the 70s is now 20 billion times faster. It has happened in a few decades. So, how do I know that? I know that because I began working on something called the Design and Tech Report when I was working at Kleiner Perkins in the venture capital industry. I was analyzing different startups, tech startups, at different stages of development, and I saw a pattern. The pattern was very simple. The pattern was that companies that were founded or co-founded by designers after the year 2008 were successful. They were prime acquisition targets. Why? It's because companies made before 2008 were built around the desktop and have a huge legacy stuck in desktop computing, and also are used to serving only technical users. Whereas companies founded post-2008 and also platforms created since 2008 are more mobile-oriented, and they were advantaged. And they were advantaged in ways that benefited them financially. And so what I did is, this is the third year of the report, and it's out there, and there's this thing called VideoPress and YouTube. You can watch the talk anytime you like to, but I want to give you some highlights because you're here. Secondly, I also believe in interaction. So if there is someone who wants to stop me from talking, stop me. Okay? You have that power here. There's microphones over there. Just sort of stand up there and interrupt me anytime you like. Because if you have a question, you should have me answer your question right now. Right? That's a better ROI in your time. So 2 mics over there. Just wave your hand when you're there, and I will answer your question. Good, good. Is that happening? No, not happening. Okay. Go ahead. Don't be shy. Don't be shy already. Sometimes I have my phone so you can text me a question if you're shy, but I don't have it ready. So come up there. Don't be shy. Ask a question. Life is short. I may have the answer. I may not. Okay? Right. 2 mics. 1, 2 over there. All right. I'm going to start. So first of all, if I were to look at an overview of the key observations of design and tech, number 1, which is very important, is that design isn't just about beauty. It's not about beauty. And anytime you're about to say, I need some design to make this look sexy or hot or handsome or whatever, don't say that anymore, because it's not going to make your product any better. It's going to make your product smell better, but it's not going to taste better. People choose by taste now, not just smell. It's about market relevance and meaningful results. So there's a business aspect to design. When you adopt design, you can do better business-wise, because again, your customers are not just technologists, they're regular people, like you and me, and some other people. Okay, I have a lot of conclusions there. But this conclusion here I want to share with you, which is the one that Caspar brought up, and you'll see more people talking about it, but adopting an inclusive design approach expands a tech product's total addressable market. So what does that mean in venture capital speak? It means that if your market size is X, you always want the market size X to get larger, right? You want your TAM to be larger. How do you make it larger? You design it for more kinds of people. And if you don't do that, then you're not going to be financially successful. So it's a very logical thing. Why is this important to frame? It's because so often we think of inclusion as a matter of social justice, which it is in many senses of the word. But I want you to frame it as a business opportunity. So when you're thinking of designing for different cohorts, you're thinking, oh my gosh, look at the team around you. Like for instance, let's say, this is a good example. I'll use Jose and my new Portuguese friends. Let's say we're like 5 people in Portugal, and I'm Portuguese. We're all Portuguese. And we're going to try to take on Europe. Is that going to work too well? We're all Portuguese. We're all thinking Portuguese. We're going to take on the whole Europe. It's not going to work out. It's hard because you need competencies. That said, you can be a Portuguese person who maybe has relatives in France, and you've always gone to France, and so you can have some adopted diversity. That can work too. But in general, you need to have your team look like, represent who you're going after. And if you do, it's just so much more financially successful. Again, social justice is key, but since you're all trying to grow what you're doing, it's an important factor. Okay, so let me talk about 3 kinds of design. No questions yet? The microphones are right there. Okay, come on down. You have 13 minutes and 47 seconds before we go into pure Q&A. But if you have a question, I can actually try to answer it. Come on down. 3 kinds of design, okay? I talked about this sort of beautiful design. I'm going to now give you language. So when you work with a designer, you can ask for the kind of design that you want. Remember, when you ask for design, you may get the wrong kind of design. There's 3 kinds of design. There's classical design. Classical design is the kind of design you need when you are like having a wedding. Who has been married before? Married people? Come on, all right. When you're getting married, you don't want the whole thing to look bad, right? It's like, oh my gosh, what a ridiculous wedding. You know, the invitations are printed on newspaper or they're written in crayon. Bad. It's a bad wedding. A beautiful wedding has this floral writing and has the perfect flowers, and so that's a kind of classical design. It's been around for hundreds of years. I think the French think they invented it, which is actually quite true. So this kind of design goes back centuries. It's about the elite, okay? Then there's a second kind of design. It's called design thinking. And design thinking is now used in business schools worldwide. Many designers don't like design thinking because they think it isn't design, because it isn't classical design. They're not making these beautiful things. They're thinking about processes. They're using systems thinking. They're using psychology, organizational psychology. They're using diagrams to help understand organizations. It's a very useful kind of design. It also makes more money than classical design. So it's a very powerful kind of design being used by consultancies today. Then there's a third kind of design. And this kind of design is the kind of design that I find to be the most interesting. It is computational design. It's design moving at the speed of information systems. It's design that pertains to Moore's law. It's a foreign kind of design. It's only existed for the last maybe 2 decades at best. And this kind of design, computational design, is the kind of design that many of you all want, but you can't get it. Why is that? It's because there's so few people who understand computational design. If you are trying to hire a designer, 90% of the designers you can hire are in this category, classical design. They're people that you would want to design something amazingly good looking. But this kind of designer is not going to help you solve the meta problem. This kind of designer can. This kind of designer is probably 8% of the design talent available out there. They can solve your problem. This kind of designer is probably less than 3%. They're a very rare kind of designer. And what excites me is that the WordPress ecosystem creates these kinds of designers. Why is that? It's because WordPress is so hard to use. You laugh, but it's a professional grade thing that unless you like walk through the thorny patches of the whatever.php and you crawl through like what is category versus tags, and you make it through with mud all over yourself about what? There's JavaScript there, but there's PHP here. And they're like, what? By the time you have left the forest of WordPress, you are a computational designer. So I think that's a really cool thing. I'm glad it's not just me who went through the forest. And that's a great thing. And so I see this ecosystem as a huge advantage that doesn't exist out there, that the world really needs. I say the world, not just a US English-centered view, but the entire world. And so it's my interest to figure out how to make those connections happen at scale. And I haven't figured out how to do it, but I can definitely sense that it is all here around us. And I've been waiting to come to WordCamp Europe because I've long been a Europe fan, because I know that it's a place where there is so much diversity in languages, in culture, and this kind of spirit that really shows how maybe everyone can look the same, but they're all very different. And that's a fundamental theme that I think we missed today. Now, digging in, I wanted to share with you a few things because I have 8 minutes and 28 seconds anytime, okay? We'll have 10 minutes of Q&A, but take Q&A time. It's interactive. There's this thing called YouTube, right? Very important quote from my former boss, one of the co-founders of the MIT Media Lab. Where do new ideas come from? The answer is differences. Creativity comes from unlikely juxtapositions. You think of all the European innovations probably have come from two cultures brushing against each other. So I want to invite you to keep thinking about that. I think of the same thing about WordPress. I think the challenge of WordPress is the WordPress world cannot stay in its bubble. It has to rub against all the other bubbles vigorously to find new partners. And I want to invite you in the attempt to bring in more people into this bubble. Let me give an example of what I mean. There's an entire generation of classical designers that were trained to do classical design who no longer can get jobs anymore because of computation. They are hungry for a community where they can learn these skills. Doesn't that sound like WordPress? But they don't know how to go into the forest of whatever. They're scared. They're like, I can't walk into that forest. That looks too... But I think because we are such a welcome community, I will tell you that I imagine in 2 years from now, there will be hundreds, if not thousands, of these people who are hungering for this community. And I hope you will work to welcome them and also invite them in, because this is a special place. And from that, I think we'll find more innovations happening in the WordPress world. Now, let's see here. Where's my cursor? Oh, there we go. Oh, the cursor has gone invisible. It's gone stealth. Oh, there it is. Let me show you this over here. No, that's not important. This is about demand for designers in high tech. It's going up. Let me give you the one I wanted to give you. It's not this one, this one. It's about money. If you like money, that's good too. Is anyone from China here? Any Chinese designers here? Okay, so I want to invite all of you to find Chinese people. There's a lot of them on this planet, it turns out. There's like tons of them, okay? So you have to look too hard. But I think one thing you want to note is China has some of the most advanced mobile patterns out there for user cases. So China, I think the problem with the quote-unquote West is China is looked down upon as making shoddy products, cheap products, all of these things. But if you go to China, you just see how the Chinese use smartphones, and you think, oh my gosh, you're like 10 years ahead. So I want to invite all of you to reach out to Chinese designers to see how they use their smartphones. Because who's seen this before? Who knows what I'm talking about? Right? It's just amazing. But because of our biases, we tend to not think that they're so advanced. They're way ahead. Let me give you an example. So in China, there's QR codes everywhere, almost in an offensive way. Like, what? A QR code there? And And if you're a designer, you can't stand QR codes. Like, oh, ugly QR codes. But it's the most practical way to deploy a sensible token. And because their QR codes are ubiquitous, they can do offline recognition very quickly. Think about how hard it is to do offline recognition. Like in your photos, it's like, oh, I can't, you can try hard with machine intelligence. But if you get a QR code, you're done. Because then you can sort of build the semantics around it much quicker. The other thing that is very interesting is voice. Voice is much more commonly used in China. Think about how there are people who are just talking on their phone all day long, basically doing voice blogging all day long, responding to questions all day long as coaches in streams as they're walking around. Again, this sounds ridiculous, strange, but who would have thought it would be 2017 and you see people standing everywhere doing this? That's pretty silly, right? 10 years ago. But now we're all doing this, right? So these habits are very far ahead. So if you are involved in technology products, I strongly invite you to study China because it is just so far ahead. It's unbelievable. Okay, that's another key highlight. That's not important. This is something I care about. Who loves business? Raise your hand. Business. Ah, I love you people. So one thing I want to note is that I didn't love business my entire life because people would tell me I'm a creative person. You know what a creative person is? Creative person, right? So people would tell me, John, you're the creative person, so don't worry about the money. Let us worry about the money. So I'm like, okay, go ahead, go do that, right? But it was around the third or fourth time that someone told me that I thought, why are you telling me not to worry about the money? Should I worry about the money? Right? So I got my MBA as a part-time hobby to remove my fear of money. I also worked in venture capital to work with lots of money. What is the conclusion? It is that capital is able to fuel creativity. And if you can't access capital, you are disadvantaged. And this ecosystem is all about free and open source, but it's also producing opportunity. And the opportunity can fuel more open source work. So it is a virtuous cycle, I believe. So I invite you to open your creative pores to accept that world, because the creative world needs to have an advantage in that. And that's how long-term survival will be determined. Okay, what do I want to get over here? No, I was advertising blogging in the report, because blogging. Let's see, what else is important from here? No, this one, okay. So, again, I have this whole presentation available online. It's on video, etc., so you can watch it later, but I want to give you highlights. I use this report to try to teach the community what I think is important, and what I find important is what I learn. So I will tell you that until I dropped into the WordPress world, I didn't know what was important about web stuff anymore. Thank you. I didn't know. And what I love is I learned how important SEO is. Where's the Yoast people? Where's the Yoast SEO people? They're like SEOing us all the time. So what I want to point out is that in design today, we focus so much on aesthetics of sites and how beautiful is a site. But as you know, it doesn't matter if anyone can't find your site. And I hope that more designers are active in this space of questioning what searchability means, and not just in English, but in multiple languages. And so I'm glad that I saw this list of the top design trends. And number 18 is SEO. But I find it funny, who cares about semi-flat design if you can't find it? Or cinemagraphs, or more 3D, or landing pages. It doesn't really matter, all this stuff, if you can't find it. So that's very critical. Last point I want to make, which is very important here, right here. Okay, so, no, over here. Let me see here. I also had this presentation designed so I can't read it. It's so small. I know, I'm a little embarrassed by that. I can't read this thing. It's like in light Helvetica and everything. Here we go, thank you. Okay, so last point I want to make, apropos to the inclusivity point, is because technology is generally being designed by certain people today, we have a problem. And this report, I wanted to highlight inclusivity as a key factor. And so I pointed out things like, do you know how when Google Photos first launched, it would identify people with darker skin tone as gorillas? And why is that? It's because machine intelligence feeds upon image databases. And if image databases are biased towards people with lighter skin, the machine can't find these images, number one. Another example is how when Snapchat released, you know who uses Snapchat? I love Snapchat, so fun. So Snapchat has these sort of image lenses, which Instagram kind of copied. But when Snapchat was releasing different lenses, it launched a lens of like someone with like pointy eyes. And it's supposed to be funny. And like, that's not funny to someone who's Asian. But because the people who are launching it aren't thinking about it, you know? Or think about how image processing algorithms that are tuned for different faces, that lens algorithm, if it's tuned for someone with lighter skin tone, makes someone with a darker skin tone invisible, right? So again, these are all simple examples of complete failures on behalf of technology product firms, not because they're bad people per se, they're just dumb. It's just dumb because you exclude a market, and that's not smart. So, closing point, I have a lot of examples here on the report about different inclusion issues, and there's more people out there writing about this, and if you're in technology, I strongly invite you to, I didn't know I did that. Maybe I should do this better and differently. And if I do so, my project will be more successful. More people will join my project. More people will buy my work. It's a simple idea. Thank you for your attention. And now we have Q&A time for real. Come on down. Thank you. Q&A. We have a queue over there. Queue, raised hand. Oh, lovely hand. Hands up in the air. Come on, this is like, you can always press play nowadays. Come on. Oh, yeah, questions. Thank you.
Hi.
What's your name?
Adrian.
Adrian.
Thank you for your talk. Very inspiring. I'll start with a failure in your slides.
Oh, gosh,
the
can't
first
read
one
it.
you said you like Snapchat, but the snap code, I tried to snap it, and it didn't work.
Oh.
Too little.
Okay, low res.
And you said about, you thought, how would designers evolve in the WordPress community in 2 years? I have a further question.
Yeah.
What is your probability to designers to be replaced by robots in, let's say, 50 years?
Whoa, that's depressing. 50 years from now?
Okay.
Well, we're all going to be replaced
okay,
50 years from now, for sure.
10 years.
Everyone.
10 years.
10 years. 10 years, a lot of things will get replaced, but I want to note this inclusivity part. They will be replaced badly because the data isn't very good. Let me give you an example, and this was by Charles Earle pointed this out to me, that one of our data scientists was pointing out how there's an attempt to use machine intelligence to solve cases in one state in the United States' court to determine whether someone should go to jail or not. It'll analyze the case and say, this person should go to jail. And that way, it'll make the judge's life easier. I don't know. But if you look at, in the case of the United States, most incarceration affects African Americans. So this system is more likely to incarcerate someone who's African American. So yes, machine intelligence has arrived, but it's dumb. It's using bad data. So if in 10 years from now, there's a lot of good data, then a lot of good designers will be replaced. But if there's a lot of bad data, it'll just replace the bad designers. Yeah, but it'll mainly replace this aesthetic kind of design, the spray, design. That'll be replaced. This kind of design won't be replaced yet. this more far-reaching computational design. That's why I'm trying to bring more designers into it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Simon's in charge.
We have a question over here, Lodon. This one, please. No.
Hi, my name is Chris.
Chris?
What's up?
And
Chris.
I'm mainly a developer and a big fan of the RTFM
Ooh, RTFM.
philosophy. My question is, you have any simple tricks and tips how to communicate with designers as a developer? Because my favorite design is just a terminal. And if there's some color in the terminal, it's all, ooh, fancy, and that's enough for me. But I always see big problems in communicating with our designers because they don't understand what I mean and I don't understand what they mean. So yes, simply, you have any suggestions how to communicate with designers as a plain developer?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I love the command line as well. It is beautiful. Okay, I really mean it. Command line, it's like, I mean, everything is the command line now. Everything is like chat, which is basically command line. So it's interesting how we have gotten back to that point. But in answer to your question of how to have communication, you want tips. The first tip is to eat together, which sounds kind of silly, but eating together forces you to be a human together because you all eat. There's example, someone told me this from China, how in the West, we often, when we negotiate, we'll like negotiate hard, and negotiate, and then we'll have a steak dinner. Is that in China, what happens is people eat first together to become one person, and then you negotiate. Eating together does that, creates that team. Number two, if you don't work in a remote work situation, move the office around. Move all the desks around. Move everything around. It creates commonality, physical communication. Those two things will help to erase some of these boundaries. Simple as that.
Okay, thanks.
Eat and move.
Not yet, please. Is that
Hello, working now?
Good.
Hello, my name is Andre, and I wanted to ask about a metaphor you made of the forest and of the challenge and educational aspect of it. And I totally get that getting through that forest teaches you things, but also as a developer talking to other developers in the WordPress community, some of them are getting tired of the forest. They wake up in the morning and they say, I don't want to wake up in the forest every morning. I'm tired of things being done the hard way every time. How do you balance education against appeal of this challenge in WordPress?
Well, first of all, I noticed how much we all identified with the forest. So I haven't tried that before, so I like that we have empathy for the forest. I think some of us like the forest the way it is. Who likes the forest the way it is? Okay.
On good days.
Right? Okay. Which means there are some who don't like the forest that way. So I think it's a question of diversity. This ecosystem will have to change as the world changes. And so those who like it the way it is right now, hold on, keep what is important. But those who don't like it, just as Petya was saying, show up. Add to it. Say what you think is important, and that's how change can happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Another question down here?
Here. On the top.
Oh, at the top. Sorry, we're going top first, then we'll come back down.
Good
Hi, John.
questions, finally. Hi.
There's a little echo, so this is a little strange. I am not a designer, I'm a developer, but
What's your name?
Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hi.
Hey.
So I feel like intuition fills a very big role in design, so knowing when something looks and feels right. But most people in this room probably have trained their intuition on a Western, minimal UI, low information density kind of experience. So I wonder, how do you train your intuition to understand when a design is good for a Chinese user or a Japanese user?
Oh, Robert, this is the question. Robert, thank you for this question. So I would say that my old answer was very biased, because I have things like in all the fancy collections of the Museum of Modern Art, etc. It's because I know that taste very well, and I know that client very well, and my intuition knew that very well. But that group of people is less than 1% of the world. And that was a terrible flaw in my design view. So the answer is how to grow the intuition for this other thing. Your standard designer will not be able to do that because they're usually stuck in this view of how design is supposed to be. The best designers today are actually working with people in the communities that you describe to gain their intuitions. So if they're trying to design for China, they're actually in China, and they're eating with the Chinese people and moving furniture around in their office too. They're there on the ground, and that's how their intuitions are being formed. I don't believe it's possible to do it by remote control or by telepathy or whatever. It has to be on the ground. So in answer to your question, if you're trying to solve a problem with designers, they will not be able to solve the problem for you unless you tell them to go be with the people. Those designers will solve your problem for you much faster and better. Believe them. Don't believe any that don't actually work with the real people. Thank you, Robert.
And we have our question down here.
Hello.
Questions now.
Here. Over here.
Over
Hi.
here. Hi.
Yes, my name is Ivana, and
Hi,
I'm
Ivana.
not a developer, I'm content marketer. And I was interested, you mentioned Snapchat. What do you think that augmented reality that Snapchat uses and all of those filters will impact and change the design as a way to connect with consumers, users, and clients?
Oh, Ivana, content marketer.
Yeah.
Okay. Who loves content marketers? Come on. Come on. Okay. And if you don't love content marketers, you should. Because a website doesn't matter unless someone visits it.
Thank you.
So, okay. Now, in terms of Snapchat, I think, as you know, Instagram has copied everything on Snapchat. Or Snapchat. But I think the two takeaways of Instagram, of Snapchat that I like to refer to are, number one, Snapchat has taught us that we can work in portrait mode. If you think about the flaw of many WordPress, the WordPressian world assumes you're working in landscape. And portrait is an edge case. Think about how silly it is now to show an image like this on a phone that's like this. We're always zooming it up, right? But the young people figured out that you just got to make the photo how it looks when you take the photo. Aren't the young people brilliant? It's like, oh, I take a photo like this, I'm going to display it like that. Oh my gosh, what genius, right? Number two, the young people who have taught us the other thing is that permanence is hard work, right? Like, who is afraid of publishing a blog post? Come on, raise your hand. Like, oh, publish, scary. Why? Because you have to be perfect. You have to be on point. Or actually, you don't have to because no one's reading stuff. But it's like, oh, it's got to make it perfect, right? But the younger people have realized that they don't want to have that pressure. So how do we learn to have both? I want to reiterate that there are great ideas coming in, and how do we integrate those in this ecosystem is possibly because we are an ecosystem of choice. We give people freedom to do anything. If you're a developer and you want to develop it sideways, diagonal, and use 5 different languages to compile it, go ahead, right? If you're a designer and want to put like 30 images and do whatever, embed this, add this, go ahead. So we are the have-it-your-way freedom ecosystem. So, but we have to include more of these kinds of thinking to be desirable, to be visited by different groups. I think, at least.
And we have time for one short question and one short answer.
The last one. not sure I can promise a short question. But
I'll answer yes or no. That'll be easy.
Not knowing totally what my question is, but I'm thinking about the UX versus CX, so user experience versus customer experience. And in this context, we're talking a lot about the digital platform, but we're also seeing a lot of companies coming from a different background where the digital part is just one single platform of the whole customer experience. And when you start talking about computational design, I'm not sure I'm grasping the whole aspects of computational design, but how can we deal with the whole customer experience and designing that from a computational design perspective when we're talking about companies that is not pure digital?
Yep. Simplest example that I'll give you, Caspar's presentation talked about an issue with the gender of plural nouns. Computation means you can deliver a solution aimed at you, knowing who you are, and aiming at you. It's adaptive. It's a different kind of design that can be encoded by people. Developer, raise your hand. Developers have the magical force to adapt to you. But we don't know who you is anymore. And that's what we have to change right now. Okay, short.
That was a short answer. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, John Maeda.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Hang out.
As you'll have seen, John's a very approachable guy. If you didn't get a chance to ask your question, please feel free to grab him when you see him around. We have about 15 minutes before our next section, which will, in here, be Mark Jaquith talking about security. You probably should stay for that one. In Eiffel is Alexandra Drachici talking about 3 gifts my users gave me. And if you want a gift to take home, there is the swag store. Thank you. Cecile. Okay, everyone, apologies for the small technical difficulties. We're working our way through them. We may have worked our way through them. Perfect timing. Our next speaker is one of the lead developers of WordPress. He's been a proudly and defiantly independent consultant for more than a decade. I've had the pleasure of listening to Mark speak on numerous occasions. He's been a regular speaker at WordCamp Europe, missed last year from memory, but it's great to welcome him back. He's always informative, often challenging. Will you please welcome Mark Jaquith?
So this talk is called Security as a Process, but also just plugging in a computer is apparently a process as well. So I'm sorry for the delayed start here. I'll try and maybe go fast so we'll have enough time. So I've been working with WordPress for about 13 years now, which is a really long time. It's more than a third of my life. And one of my focuses over the years has been security. But I'd like to start with a little game to kind of break the ice. So we're going to play 2 truths and a lie. I'm going to tell you 3 things. 2 of them will be true. 1 of them will be false. So first, I discovered a major WordPress security issue while auditing code in my head in a church. Okay, that's 1. 2 is I disclosed a major security issue to a web host, and which caused them to accidentally take down their entire network with a fix. And 3 is my first commit to WordPress contained a security flaw. So let's have a show of hands. Who thinks it's the church one? Okay, how about the taking down a blog host? More for that one. And who thinks my first commit to WordPress contained a security flaw is the lie? Okay. And who didn't raise their hand because you think, like, I'm just not the sort of person who raises a hand, but now that I'm calling you out and recognizing that you exist as a person, you suddenly feel this swelling urge to raise your hand for the first time ever? Okay, yep, you're out there. Okay, you people who didn't answer, you're actually right, because all 3 of those things are true, and the lie was that there were just 2 of them. So if that minor deception makes you feel vaguely annoyed and distrustful, welcome to the security mindset. So this is what I'm talking about today, the mindset that you should have as you are coding and deploying sites and working with web applications. And it's a mindset that allows you to treat security as a process that is integrated into all aspects of your development. First thing you need to do is stop thinking about security as a destination, as a place, something you arrive at, like we are now finally secure. It's not like, step 7, make our code secure. We're done. Sure, in my consulting, I have a lot of people hand me code, and I have to review it and say, okay, it looks good, or here are some issues that you could fix. But really, no real-world code can ever be said to be completely secure. Even if a given piece of code is secure in a moment in time, tech is not static. This is all changing. The compiler that the code runs on could change in a way that changes how that code works. A new web server could come along that changes everything. Web browsers could add new features, and suddenly markup that was OK is now insecure and has implications. So as an example, take something like clickjacking. Who's ever heard of clickjacking? Yeah, it's a catchy name, right? I like it. So it used to be fine to allow your web page to be embedded in another one in an iframe. Once browsers got the ability to use CSS to make anything transparent, including an iframe, you could have a situation like this. This is a completely legit site because it's VeriSign trusted and Oprah approved. So this is a fine site. And then we have an iframe embedded, which is Justin Bieber's Facebook page with a like button. So you would know, like, if you click that, what you were doing. You'd be liking his page. But since you can use CSS to style iframes, you can do something like this. So now when you click that button, you're not getting an iPad. You're liking Justin Bieber's page, which is fine as long as you know what you're doing. So don't think of security as a destination. Think of it as a process by which you apply a security mindset to every step of the process. I want you to think, as you're coding and as you're designing features, how could this go wrong? How could data be harmful? How could it be transformed to be harmful? How could it be harmful when combined with other data? How could someone use their access maliciously to cause harm? What would happen if someone sent a request on behalf of a user who's allowed to do something and sort of tricks them into doing it? There's a Japanese term called poka-yoke, which roughly translates to mistake proofing. And I believe it was popularized by Toyota many, many decades ago in their manufacturing process. And has a lot of implications for design, especially UI and UX. So, like, you know, you have a form field for your age. Like, you can't enter a negative number there. Stop them before they do that. But this idea also has implications for the design of your coding interfaces. So if a certain type of data is going to cause a problem flowing through your application, don't let it get there in the first place. Just stop that mistake before it happens. You should trust no one. This is terrible life advice, but is really good security advice. So when you're putting on your coder hat, just be thinking that, you know, don't trust the people that wrote the code you depend on, who wrote the web server that you run on, you know, WordPress core, the plugins you may be using. And don't trust the people who use your code, that they're going to always use it in the, you know, angelic way that you imagine them using it. This is kind of like an anti-John Lennon stance. Just imagine all the people being really terrible. And just assume if someone can do something that causes harm, assume that they will. And it's your job to write code that remains secure even when everyone is being their worst self. When I said no one, I mean no one. You can't even trust yourself. So who thinks that they're a better coder now than they were 2 years ago? Right? Hopefully you're not getting worse. Actually, does anyone think they've gotten worse? Okay. Usually I thought we'd have one troll. So the code that you wrote 2 years ago was written by a worse coder, even though it was you. It was a worse version of you, and you should not trust that person. And even the current version of you is going to make mistakes. So you should design your code so that it is harder for you to make security mistakes. And you should integrate that security mindset into your coding to enable that. So it's not something that you do later, like when you're done writing the application, you say, OK, let's go through and security-proof this. This is something that should start with your first line of code and continue through the process. So what does that look like practically? So for example, intent is a thing that not a lot of people consider. Certainly, you have to check to make sure someone is allowed to do something, which is permissions. So you do something like current user can to validate that, make sure they have a certain capability. But less obvious is that you need to validate a user's intent. So if anyone has ever used Siri or the Amazon one, whose name I will not mention because there are people on the live stream at home, and I don't want to purchase a dollhouse for them or something by mistake, you're probably familiar with accidentally ordering something or calling the wrong person or something like that. So, I mean, this is something that you were allowed to do, but you didn't really intend to do. And the same is true when you're working with a web application. I may be allowed to delete a post, which may be like a form submission that says like action equals delete post, post ID equals 123. But if someone can submit that, make me submit that request and delete that post without me intending to, that's a security issue. So we have functions like WP nonce field and WP verify nonce that allows you to make sure that the request from a logged in user is actually intended. And so you would use the first one in the form field to generate a token that is unique to them and to the action that they want to do. So like for deleting post 123 for user ID 4, this is a unique string. And on the other end, you verify it with WP verify nonce. And if that field, if that token does not validate, then potentially someone is trying to trick me into doing that action. Next, you should make sure that the code or the data that flows through your code is aggressively sanitized. So if something should be an integer, make sure it's an integer. Don't just assume that it is going to be just because all the code that you wrote, like whenever you use it, you supply an integer. But there are pathways that data can flow in that you may not anticipate. So you should make sure that your code ensures that. So many issues are just due to weird data showing up where it shouldn't show up. I'm a big proponent of sanitizing both on the way in to storage, like a database, and on the way out. So for example, let's take this code. Right, we have set ID and get ID. And with both of them, I'm casting to an integer. So in the first one, as I update the option, I cast it to an integer. And on the way out, I cast it before I return it. And also, the second argument there is a default argument, so it's 0 if it's not set. So my certainty when I use these methods, 100% that I'm going to get an integer when I use them. And if you're using PHP 7, which I recommend you look into for code that does not need to be widely distributed, so this is for private code for a client or something like that, PHP 7 is great just for speed reasons. But you can also do things like enforce this at a lower level. So have type declarations right there in your function definition and in the return. So the first one says int ID. It will expect an integer. And it will also do friendly things like if you pass in 123 as a string, it will cast it to an integer, just like the previous example did. And then for the second one, get ID, the colon int says that it should return an int, and it will do the same thing. WordPress also has helpful functions that you can use to sanitize common things. Here's a bunch of them. And there's also a filter that you can use to apply to all gets and sets of an option. So that example that I showed before, you can do something like this. So it's just sanitize option and then underscore the name of your option. So this ensures that even if someone like a third party is extending your code and they are calling get option directly, this filter will still be on it, so they will get the data that they expect. The best way to enforce all this sanitization throughout your code base is the DRY principle. Don't repeat yourself. So write code once. So instead of having like 27 different calls to get option littered throughout 17 different code files, put it in one place and make a method for it. This is just so much nicer to read throughout your code instead of that long get option with a get cast to int that you have to remember to do every single time. If you just have this get ID, arrow get ID, it's a lot nicer to read. It also lets you do things like if you want to change how that option is stored, so maybe it starts out as a standalone option like this, but then it moves into a subkey of like an array of options as your plugin gets more functionality. That's easy to do. There's one place to change it instead of 17 or 27, whatever. And then it gives you one place where the sanitization is happening, when you can control what that value is as it goes in or out of the database. I think you should create methods for everything. Not only is this good for your sanity while coding, it just limits the number of places where you could compromise your security. I do a lot of code review, and I can't tell you how many times I'm auditing someone's code, and 9 times it's perfect. They apply all the functions, sanitization properly, the escaping is correct, and the 10th time they miss it. And there's your hole. You just need a tiny crack to get in. For example, if your code looks like this, it's really easy to make a mistake like I did on the 3rd line. Forgot to run escape attribute. Instead, I could write something like this. So here's a method for text input, and I supply the name of the setting, and it runs escape attribute, gets the option, escape attribute on that, prints it out. So no matter how many of these I add to my code, I'm not going to introduce a security hole. I've already taken care of it in one place. And it's just, it lowers the risk of introducing new code. So escaping data is something that you should do according to the context that it's being used in. So the WordPress security functions are named in a very helpful way according to their context. So for example, you're probably familiar with these ones. Escape HTML, when you're between HTML tags, attributes for within HTML attributes, and URL for within URL-based attributes like source or href. And for SQL queries, you should use prepare to sanitize your, or to escape your queries. Well, first of all, you should probably be using WordPress API functions. But if you need to do something with a database that's not supported, use prepare. And this allows you to pass in your data as separately from the query so you don't run into problems. So now whatever is in that name variable gets stuck where that %s character is. And of course, what should we do with this? Should make a method out of it. One mistake people make when escaping their data is doing it far too early. So on line 100, they're printing out an input or something, and then they escape the values that are getting output there at line 5. And this is problematic because you might not know the context that you're going to use the data in until you're about to use it. You might want to use it in multiple contexts, so you may have escaped it in the wrong format. And it's also hard to audit your code when the escaping happens far removed from the usage. So when you see that output, you're going to say, OK, wait, is this escaped? Did I escape this earlier? You know, lots of scrolling. OK, here I did it 100 lines earlier. So it's much better to do it right as or right before you output that data. Next, you should update everything. WordPress, your plugins, your web server, PHP, your local operating system. It doesn't matter how secure your WordPress code is if the platform that it's running on or the platform they're using to access it isn't secure. You have a security hole at a lower level. You also shouldn't trust your ISP or the people on your local network. SSL can keep your browser server communication secure, and in 2016, and I would argue, or 2017 as well as last year, there's no excuse for not having this. Thanks to the good work of the people at Let's Encrypt, everyone can get an SSL certificate free of charge, often auto-updated. And so you don't have to budget that separately. And if you're using one of the web hosts, like one of the fine sponsors of this event, a lot of them are just going to give this to you free of charge as part of your hosting service. So sometimes you have to opt into that. I definitely recommend that, at least for securing the WordPress admin. And this one's interesting. So I'm a little bit conflicted on this, because it's definitely a good idea that WordPress is self-updating. Because if an exploit comes out, we can update and push that out to millions of WordPress installs. But it also is a bit of a security issue if WordPress can update its own files. You might have an issue where a plugin exploit allows code to be written, and someone can write out a PHP shell to your server and then access it and get ongoing access. So if you know that you're going to be quickly updating your site, if you're managing sites for clients and you're on top of this with something like Manage WP, where you know, like, okay, these sites are out of date, it can make sense to have the WordPress files not server writable by the server user. And it might make sense for you to use a deploy system to update those files. Of course, there's one directory on your server that pretty much has to be server writable, and that's the uploads folder, so that WordPress can write out JPEGs when you upload them. So if I were writing a code vulnerability, that's the first place I would try and write like a PHP shell is to that uploads directory, because I'm pretty much assured that it's going to be writable. So one in-depth defense trick you can use is to disable execution in this directory. So you could have something like this in an htaccess file in the uploads directory. Of course, you'd want to make sure that that file is not server writable, otherwise they can just delete it. And here's how to do it on Nginx, saying anything in the uploads directory that ends in .php, just deny it. So this won't prevent them from, like if someone gets access to upload files, PHP files somehow through an exploit, they could still do it, but then they can't access that file through the browser and use it as a PHP shell. So it essentially becomes inert. Using Git can be a good way to verify that all your files are as expected and have not been modified. So like if you did a git diff, any file modifications would show up. This also lets you know if, like, say, some other developer is cowboy coding and directly editing files on the server, which they shouldn't be doing. And a deploy script for this could be a simple 2-line affair where you just git fetch to get the newest code and git reset hard to your origin master. And of course, if you're using git checkout, you don't want people to be able to access this .git data directory over the web, so you're going to use a similar trick to like, say, block all .files, or here block .git and .svn directories. So, but let's apply our security mindset to an even deeper level. Having production credentials in your repository is a bad idea. I see a lot of people, a lot of clients do this, where I go to check out their site, and there are the database passwords. So I go to run this locally, and it's trying to connect to the production database. And it's bad because, first of all, anyone who has access to your repository has those credentials, and you might not want them to have it. You also want to limit like the ways that someone could get those credentials. And there will come a day, if you have production credentials distributed like this, that someone sets up a local development environment and then deletes your production database. I don't know, did anyone see that thread on Reddit where someone's first day, they set up a production environment and deleted everything? Yeah, sad day. So you can check in a WP config file, but I would just keep those database credentials out of it and have like a separate file that is ignored by Git, like dbconfig.php, and then just have that sit on the server, not checked in. So this is something I debated including in this talk because it seems so basic. We're all professional developers here. Certainly we all use strong, unique passwords, right? Yeah. We don't. Not every time, not as much as we should. So I came up with this acronym for choosing a good password, and it stands for complex, long, unique, and enigmatic. Actually, the first version was for the E, I used esoteric, which proved to be too esoteric a word. It confused people. So complex. So you should use alpha characters, symbols, numeric. Should be long, and when I say long, I mean like longer than 16 characters. A lot of my passwords are in the 30 to 50 character range. Unique. You should never be reusing passwords across sites, because as soon as one gets compromised, then they can use that to gain access to other accounts. And enigmatic. So like no personal information, nothing that can be tied to you that people could really guess. I was thinking about showing you some examples of secure passwords, but has anyone ever seen this XKCD comic? Pretty popular one about advice about how There's more entropy in a password like this than like an 8-character random garbled characters password. So the problem with this is that I actually had a sysadmin set up an account for me and use this exact password. Not very unique. So I'm not going to show you examples. But really, you shouldn't be creating your own passwords in your brain. You should be using a password manager. So something like 1Password or LastPass can generate great passwords, super long, super complex, for all of your accounts, and you never even have to know what they are. So when your boyfriend or girlfriend is like, hey, what's your Facebook password? You can say, I don't know. And then when they break up with you, you can blame me. So let's review. And as we do, I'd like you to start thinking about the questions you'd like to ask so that we don't have that awkward minute of silence where I ask you if there are any questions and there are crickets. So start thinking. So security mindset. I want you to remember that security is a process, not a destination. Integrate it into every step of the development process. Ask yourself, how could this go wrong? How could data be misused? How could it be transformed? Trust no one. Assume everyone's going to abuse their power, except that the data you get is going to be wrong or malicious. Use sanitization and escaping to prevent bad data from causing security issues. Validate the intent, so no one can trick your users into doing something they don't mean to do. And keep everything updated, every piece of software on the server and on your local machine. Introduce a security issue. And create methods for everything so that your code is clean and you minimize those danger zones where you need to escape or sanitize data. And one last thing before I open it up. When you're done working for the day, forget everything I said, because all this is great for security, but you don't want to be this person, right? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Now we have time for maybe 2 or 3 questions at the very most. What we'd like to do this time is have people queuing up at the mic stands that are dotted around here, and here. Does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask Mark? If you make your way to a stand, please.
So even with warning, we have the awkward silence. Or maybe you're all good.
We have a question coming down below. Thank you.
I guess you hear this a lot, but why is WordPress still supporting PHP 5.2?
Yeah, why is WordPress still run PHP 5.2? Because there are still people using it. Does anyone have the latest stat? The stats are public. I'm sure there's like a Nason here who knows it off the top of his head. 7? 7. OK, so that's getting, I think, about to the point where we drop PHP 4 support. I think it was somewhere in that range. So I think we'll be doing that soon. Of course, we're going to be updating the minimum requirement to 5.3, which, of course, is also woefully outdated. But the reason is because people are still using it, and we don't want to break their sites. And there's always a trade-off. You know, do we want to make the hard decision? And eventually we do. But we don't want to be, you know, I think Matt said it once, you know, 15% of our user base is like the population of a major city. That's a lot of people to be just kind of turning out the lights for.
We have a question down.
We also work with web hosts to encourage them to have the latest version, so we are proactive in that sense.
Absolutely. Question down here, please.
Hello. I've got a question about security in distributed code. Like, are all the releases signed by someone with GPG, or are all the updates signed? Like, why should I blindly trust someone if that's not signed?
Yeah, SSL definitely helps with that, but it's not a complete solution, and there is an ongoing debate because of our our minimum version of PHP. There are certain things that we.
I am talking about like signing Git tags or subversion tags. So I know that that's what you release, not what my ISP is actually giving me.
Right. So you're talking like from updating WordPress itself, or just like when you're working with your own repo?
Yeah, with your own repo, especially because it is open source. So.
Yeah. So like Git itself has a way to sign commits and sign tags.
And are you guys doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's absolutely. It's geeky, but again, like you're just putting up hurdles, and the more hurdles you put up, you know, you're just not going to be the person that a hacker comes after. They're generally looking for the easy targets, unless you're, you know, overly political or something like that, where they're targeting you specifically.
We're going to take one more question, and then you're all going to sit very nicely until I dismiss you, okay? Johnny.
Hi. There are a lot of WordPress security plugins out there. Most of them are pretty terrible, in my opinion. What plugins would you recommend to use, and which ones would you recommend to avoid?
For plugins in general, or for security?
For security, WordPress plugins, yeah.
Yeah, the what's it called? The iThemes one. Aaron, where are you? iThemes Security is a good one. I helped Aaron in years past look over that, look over their feature set. Security, I recommend their was it Web Application Firewall, which is like sort of like Cloudflare on steroids, where it can cache data, but also protect against exploits at their level before things even hit your server. Those are good. There's the Jetpack one. Root Protect.
Jetpack.
Yeah. Well, Jetpack has one as well. Those are good. I recommend those.
Yeah, I'd also recommend having two-factor authentication as well.
Could you lean in a little bit more?
Sorry. When you're managing a big network of sites, having two-factor authentication is really important as well, because that stops a lot of brute forcing on the WP admin. Absolutely.
Great. Well, folks, thank you very much. Can we please all thank Mark Jaquith? Stay here. Stay here. I am watching those staircases, and I will not be afraid to call people out. It's lunchtime. Stay there. You at the back. I'm watching you. I'm watching you in the green T-shirt. He'll get his comeuppance later on. Don't worry. Lunch is over in the Houseman building. You should all have received food tokens according to your dietary preference. If there's any problem with the token that you have, take it up, please, with the special registration desk just outside. If you're listening to me on the translation units, wow, well done you. Those need to be returned to be recharged, and you can pick one up again before the lunchtime session finishes and the afternoon session begins. That will begin at 2 o'clock. There will be talks in here again and in track 2. Please also consult your handbook for details of the sponsor sessions and the tribe and speed networking sessions. And with that, you may go and enjoy your lunch. Thanks for joining us.